I hit an ad. What are the odds? That's a first. Alright. I'm going to turn that one down just a bit. That is the Death Mountain combat from Cadence of Hyrule. It's the Crypt of the Necrodancer, Legend of Zelda. Interesting little game for people that actually have rhythm, of which I am not one. It is a fascinating thing to watch, though. Perhaps one day I'll try it. See how I do. Obviously, the music is really good. Anyway, welcome back. We marked a bunch of shrines last time because we were all over the world map and didn't do any of them. So now all of our map markers are taken up. So we're going to do a little cleanup, and then we're going to head out to the desert. Mostly because I'm hoping to find heat gear. Also, we're still missing two towers. Should have done this one when we had the chance. That one's going to be a pain to get back to. Alright, let's head on out. We got our Master Sword. We'll give that a shot today. My assumption is that it's going to work well against the gloomed monsters in the underground. Alright, we are cold. There we go. What armor am I wearing? I am wearing the cold armor. In the Breath of the Wild universe, the Master Sword was good against the robot types, but I think that is probably not the case in this one. But what do I know? Alright, red dead ahead. Don't hit any sky islands. We shouldn't have a problem getting there. In fact, we're very close already. I'm cutting those a little bit closer than I should. Hey, get out of the way. Get out of the way, guys. Gotta hit the bloopies. Ooh, 25. We are poor. We are really, really poor. Alright, let's not do that cave. Pardon me while I check my phone. My wife is texting me finance quotes. Quotes from finance people, not financial quotes. Crypto bros being crypto bros. Jailbreak. The Jikai Shrine. I just like that it's called Jailbreak. What do we got? We got a couple of sliding boxes. Alright, they go left to right, and that's all we've got. Oh. Why is it called Jailbreak? And how am I supposed to get any higher than this? Huh. What am I missing here? There's a core concept that I'm not seeing. I mean, I can probably go through the bottoms of these. Not just walk off the ledge. Alright, so I can go up here. That gets me to this one. But then what? There's a third opening over there. That doesn't appear to have any real relevance. Interesting. Okay. If I just go up, is this the easiest treasure chest ever? This is the easiest treasure chest ever. A weak magic staff. It's only a 4. I've got a block over there. Is it gonna tip if I try and walk out on it? Not quickly enough. I'm in prison. What have I done? And that's why it's called Jailbreak? Nice. I like it. That was pretty basic for the area that we're in. I say that because I figured it out. I'm waiting for the one that we just don't figure out. And then I'll say, boy, that one was difficult. I'll bet nobody figured that one out, and it's just going to be some simple puzzle. Sometimes you get it right away, sometimes you don't. All right. When your hearts are full, you can fire a beam. I'm sorry? That say I can fire beams with the Master Sword? Alright, I didn't get a chance to read it all. But I need to have the fire rod equipped for now. This way? Somewhere over this way. We're just gonna try and go as far as we can. I mean, we can get really far now, especially if we're going from all the way at the top of the sky and we're going into the bottom of the ground. And then if we start to get close to the ground, we'll just go full paraglide mode. Oh, we're there. Is it a windmill? Another village. Oh, we've got stuff we can do. I haven't been checking these places to see if they sell clothing. Because we can't afford clothing. But if one of them sells cold clothing or heat clothing, we need to go buy that. Or figure out a way to get it. Scoop it up. Zanmeek Shrine. Kitten, you're gonna fall. There you go. Alright, so we've got a spot to put a ball, a little ramp. Anything here move? This wheel moves. I also move. Alright, so we got a little electrical thing here. The name on this one might have been a bit too strong of a hint. We're just gonna make a little scoop. Too long? Nope, not too long. Oh, I need one of those. Yeah, I need one to complete the circuit. Was it gonna get one? Didn't quite get one. I mean, I could just put one in there. Oh, I didn't get it in time. Oops. That's not going as far back as I would like. The problem is it's going to get to the top and then it's going to break off. And I can't just grab that. Don't step on the electrified plate. Oh, we did get one. Never mind. I didn't think it had scooped one up, but it did. Did I miss a treasure chest? That's okay. How good could it have been? It's probably just 5 arrows, even though we need arrows. Yeah, da 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 da. Ah. Move that controller so it's not rolling around right next to the microphone. There's an inn, a dye shop, a general store, oh, an armor shop, all the way at the end there. Was that it? That was it. The heck? Oh, it's the flag. Just trying to figure out what that shadow was. Ah, hold it right there. You can't cut in line. We were here first. Oh. As I've said multiple times now, I can't admit 3 customers at present. What do you mean? We took the trouble to come here, and now you're saying we can't get in? But I wanted to see CC's new stuff. It's not every day a mega-famous fashion designer debuts new material. Yeah, everything I heard said that this was some of CC's best work. I'm so sorry, but we only have 1 entry ticket remaining. 1 ticket? So you're saying 1 person can go in? Hey, come on now. Can't let just one of us get a head start. Sure, I know that. It was just a joke. Oh well, maybe if we come back later, they'll have room for all of us. Yeah, it's not like this is the only clothing place in the village. What do you say we kill some time at the dye shop? Ooh, or we could check out the pasture. Speaking of which, I've heard that a little ways up the road from the pasture is a laboratory specializing in ancient stuff. I'm sorry, a what? Since we got all dialed up, we may as well hit the town and see it all. That's a good attitude to have. Thank goodness they gave up. Oh, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Are you also a tourist who's come to see my sister's, I mean the new line of CC products? As long as it's just you, you're free to go into the shop. CC herself is in there right now, in fact. Nothing you'll see is for sale. It's only an exhibition right now. Sorry to disappoint. Okay. I mean, I would like to go take a look. Ah, another practically perfect masterpiece. It's an exemplar of the form from every angle. This is the sort of thing on which I built my name and reputation as the world-renowned CC. Hmm? Oh, pardon me. Are you an admirer here to meet the incomparable CC? I must say, you don't seem to show any sort of interest in fashion. Burn. Welcome to Ventest Clothing, the only boutique in the world which carries the CC brand, and if you weren't aware. You stand before the very woman who changed this fusty old village into the birthplace of nouveau fashion. As proof, I present to you this. This ugly hat. The newest and most magnificent work by yours truly, CC. Do you see that luxurious curve? Do you note my avant-garde color choice? Wouldn't you call it the pinnacle of perfection? This piece is so special that I dare not assign a price to it. It's not for sale. I shall only part with it when I find someone truly worthy of owning it. Only the most impressive fashionista in Hyrule's trendiest village is worthy of such a crown. What's all this about Hyrule's trendiest village? I don't remember approving any new slogans for Hatino. Ah, look who's here. What can I do for you, oh esteemed Mayor Reed? I'm really sorry. I tried to stop him from coming in like you asked, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. Cece, you have got to quit littering the village with your weird art pieces. Maybe you didn't realize, but plants need their sleep too. Those eyesores are so bright at night that they're keeping the veggies awake. It's a real problem for the crops. I don't think that's how crops work. Hatino's foundation is its produce. What are we going to do if it fails? Now, dear, there's no need to get so worked up. I think some of the people here actually like her art, you know? Wouldn't it be better to hear her out? Don't fall for her line of twaddle. She's got everyone in Hatino wrapped around her finger already. My duty is to look after the village, and that's what I mean to do. Looking after the village, you say? Who do you suppose you have to thank for Hatino's rejuvenation? It didn't need rejuvenating. Hatino Village is a peaceful place where folks live quiet lives, and that's the way they like it. Do they? Is that why they're trying to separate from Montana and go into Idaho? Oh, and let us leave the matter to the people to decide. My avant-garde approach versus this mayor's quaint bygone ways. The citizens will decide which outlook will drive the future of the village by holding a mayoral election. You're calling for a mayoral election? Sure suits me. I'll win that pretty easy. Sophie, I delegate management of the mayoral election to you. What? Come on, Clavia. Oof. Ouch. I don't feel like sticking around here any longer. It's time we headed back home. I don't know if I want anything to do with this. Goodbye. No. No. Oh, there's a school. Burley Pond. Yep, it's pond. And I'm guessing there's a Korok under this rock. Dang predictable Koroks. Yahaha. Yep. Ugh. Alright, another pin down. I got 2 more marked. How am I supposed to get to yellow? Maybe that way? Gonna have to switch clothing here, or rather weapons. Clothing doesn't matter as much, but I think we're too close to the desert. Ever means. These tree-mimicking creatures hate fire. Blunt weapons won't do much against them, just like real trees. An axe is called for. Oh, we're not hot. We're not too hot at all. In that case, we'll put our sky pants back on. That's a pretty good spot for painting. Bob Ross would be proud, although he was more of an Alaska painter. Where are we going? Yellow? Unbearable cold. Well, that was unexpected. Should we go land there? What am I looking at here? I expected to see something up higher that we would then splash into here. Alright, well, we're not doing sky stuff today. We're just gonna keep on trucking. Let's see. We happen to see any others. Hey, Enoch. Ionic. I'm gonna pay better attention next time. My favorite 4 a.m. streamer. Yes, yes. We insomniacs have to stick together. Kitawak Shrine. I'm doing just fine. How are you doing? Are you gonna try and get some sleep tonight? The ever elusive sleep. Upward and forward. And onward. And spiraling. Good enough. Back. And we'll attach it to the skier. Ah, too fast. Let's try that again. Yeah, I didn't end up getting any sleep last night either. That's not entirely true. I got a couple hours in. Right before I had to get up for work. Ten arrows. Ooh, fancy. Can't wait to see a randomizer of this game. Well, I'd like to at least get the phonetics right. Think this will be strong enough to toss me up? Well, I didn't expect it to actually take the piece with it. The more you know. Alright, once again, I am sure that there was some plan for how this was supposed to work. But that's not how we do things. Hey, Sophia. Well, hopefully the managers don't bother you too much today. I know how those managers can be. Oh, interesting. Well, thanks for listening. I'll try and keep it interesting for you. Maybe I'll get a little song in there or something. It only goes up to straight up. And it goes there really quickly. Whoa! Alright. I hope that's what they were going for. Hey, I really appreciate you two coming in all the time. That you're not bored of this game yet. One of these days I'm going to switch over to another simulation type game. This month's Humble Bundle had Honey, I Joined a Cult in it. I'm going to have to check that one and see if it's any good. You were just about to start streaming. For the first time in however long. Several of the streamers that I talk to have been on very long hiatuses. And they've said kind of that same thing where they've just had a real hard time coming back to stream. They realized what it was like to have free time and how much fun it is to watch other people stream. That then they don't want to get on anymore. I don't blame them. That's why I take Wednesdays and Sundays off. Those are my nights to spend the whole night catching up on stuff and watching a couple of other streamers that I know are going to be on those nights. Ooh, I have a blue one marked. I didn't even see that. Yeah, and some of the really big streamers just don't stream anymore. Ow. I thought I was going to be able to dodge that. I was very wrong. How far away is this shrine? I didn't get a good look. Well, that's the thing about being a really big streamer. A lot of them started at a time when there weren't very many streamers. And now it's such a competitive space. And then you run into that exact thing that you were complaining about before, where everybody's just playing Diablo again. What does this look like? Does this look like a monster to you? Yeah, it looks like a bat. Let's not melt the bat one. It's just an ice cube. Oh. How do I melt this thing? That seems problematic. What's in here? A rock? Is this going to be another monster? Ooh, that's a real good shield. It's better than my crappy Zonite shield. What is kick? I'm behind the times, obviously. Am I gonna need to start a really big fire for this one? I mean, a lot of these people started on Justin TV, so there's not exactly a lot of room to talk about shady companies. Mostly gambling related. A lot of people got upset when they weren't allowed to do gambling anymore. And there were some very big gambling streamers. Can't take that out here. Well. Ah! Ah! I'm really bad about starting myself on fire. Yeah, exactly. it won't be 90% anymore as soon as the company realizes what they can make. Alternatively, they're all just waiting for the Twitch buyout. Well, this isn't working. Huh. Do I need more heat? Do I need to hit this and equip my fire weapon? I mean, this is pretty hot. If this isn't melting it, I'm not quite sure what's going to. You win this round, Shrine. Alright, where's this blue one? Oh, that seems bad. That's how it always starts. Look at Epic Game Store. They threw a lot of money at getting exclusive titles. And everyone knew it. And the moral and ethical obligations just went out the window as soon as the money started to come in. And it didn't stop very many people from buying their products. So, what's the point? Just do whatever you can. Yep, too many legal problems. Oh, absolutely. There is really no good reason not to at least open up an Epic account, whether you like them or not. If you don't like them, you open up an account just to get the free games to cost them money. You just log in once a week, get the free stuff. Maybe you catch something that you really like. Alright, we're really far from the blue. Let's see what we can do about getting to that tower. It looks like nothing. It looks like I need to try and brave this gap and then we can run over there. Because these hills look very high. Yeah, I have a bunch of games on Epic Store. Not that I bought them, but I have them. And I've gotten a few that were very nice, that I enjoyed and I'm glad that I have. And it doesn't put any money in their pockets. It costs them money because the developers... Ow! Nice shot. Well done, Octorok. You deserved... You are just a masterclass at this. I'm... Oh, jeez. I wasn't paying enough attention to the things in front of me. And now we might be in trouble. Yes, and all your system details, yeah. Give them as little information as possible. Yes, they're still going to get some information. That's an inevitability in the current world that we live in. All right, let's ride this rock up, and then we can get another good view of where that tower is at. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, people that think that the companies aren't getting all of your information must not be paying very good attention to the world around them. Wait, where do I go in at? Wait. Is this... It's not the Yiga clan symbol, right? Hudson Construction Activity Report. Who would have thought a Skyview Tower could get snowed in like that? We're just lucky that the cave we stored our construction materials in was safe. Flying back to make a proper report. Okay, there's a cave around here. I didn't mean to activate that. Yeah, people don't understand what their privacy is, and I think that's the biggest problem. They think the issue is that Facebook is stealing their data. The issue is literally everything. Everything is stealing your data. And it's not so much stealing as it is you're just giving it to them. People who have an Alexa or use Siri or have a Ring doorbell. Everybody can see when you go into your house. The information is not encoded in any way. Ah! So we need to get directly under the tower. Is this directly under the tower? It seems like I need to get over there further. Like right here is probably directly under. Yeah. Or you enroll in your local grocery store plan. Like, oh, I want to get some cheap products from a grocery store, so I'll sign up for their thing. Well, that's fine, but just know that the grocery store is also selling your data. that's the scary part, is they're all doing it, but people don't realize that part. They think, oh, I'm just worried about Amazon and Google because I read about them on the news. This isn't gonna stay. It's gonna just float away, right? Oh. Oh no, I went under. Or I'm gonna join the McDonald's app to get free McDonald's. It's not free. You're paying for it in data. Did I miss? No, perfect. And that's just it. We either need to accept the fact that some places are getting your data so that you can get small rewards for it, or you can't accept it, and you become part of the problem. Alright, we should be able to get to the blue marker from this one. Exactly. The hypocrisy is the hard part to deal with. Anytime somebody tells me, yeah, but this is different, I immediately know that they just don't realize it's not different. The Ring doorbell one was still my favorite. No, it's all private. It's very literally not private. They store all of that on the cloud. Well, my Alexa isn't reporting information. Your Alexa is absolutely reporting everything. That microphone does not turn off. Your smart TV is also reporting on you. Like, these are facts. Whoa! Hey, guy. Oh, it's a floaty island. Neat. I don't want to deal with it right now, but neat. And there's the hole in the ground. Are we not very close? Oh no, we're almost there. Siri laughed. Alright, I like that one. There it is. Straight at it. Ah! Ah! Get out of here, brambles. Almost landed right on those. Wait. Get rid of the rest of the brambles. Oh, they're in water. Sneaky brambles. Yep, you just have to be able to accept the amount of spying that you have done on you. That's all you can do. I accept that the credit card company knows exactly when I bring my dry cleaning in. Stacking a path. Turikawak Shrine. Okay, well, so far this has seemed pretty straightforward. I was gonna take these with me under the assumption that I'm probably gonna want to cheese this a little. Oh, you sneaky game. Gotta go from the bottom. Okay, so I've locked myself in. Let's start over. Ah. Yep. Yep. Google definitely knows way too much about me. A magic rod. Not even a good one. Google knows way too much about everybody. I mean, what are you gonna do? Use a different service? Is everybody just gonna go switch to DuckDuckGo? I don't think so. Are we all gonna get away from Windows and switch to Linux or Unix or some other Pokemon named service? I don't think so. I'm sure there's a way they wanted me to do this, but I'm just gonna do it this way. They've given me too much power. Or some other Pokemon service. I mean, if you can get them to work, and you can get games to run, more power to you. I just don't have the technical know-how anymore. I swear I've gotten dumber. I used to build my own computers, and I stopped doing that some years ago. Just... I don't have the time, the patience, or the smarts to do it anymore. Oh, we've got 2 chests over here that we can get. Oh, we need to mark the chasms. Yep, that would have been nice. My blue pin didn't go away? I somehow put the blue pin outside of the barrier. So it didn't trigger to go away. Ooh. Come on, little Korok guy. Oh no! Everything is ruined forever. How could it let me put it in so imperfectly? Alright, Koroks. Stop being so picky. Oh, is it? It's upside down. That's why it was being so picky. Yeah. I'm not going to go so far as to buy an Apple product. I still want to have some control over my software and hardware. I want to be able to replace RAM or get just a new graphics card instead of being like, oh, time to throw away my $4,000 computer because I'm not allowed to repair it in any way. I just threw a number out there. My computer is not $4,000. Oh, that's way over there. I thought that was close. That's not close. All right, well, we're still gonna do it. Speaking of, did you see the threats to leave the platform? Bye, Felicia. The Apple, what they referred to as an augmented reality device that is not an augmented reality device. I had to dig into that one a little. Oh yeah, Apple hates their customers. That's just like the whole privacy issue. You just have to know that the company hates you and doesn't care about you at all. They want your dollars. But their new headset that was, yeah, the $3,600 VR headset. It's like, yeah, it's AR, so it's... And they show you the screen and it looks like you can see the person's eyes. And then it turns out it's using a camera display of your eyes to show on the screen, and you're not seeing augmented reality. It's using cameras to show you the things that are around you. And I'm like, well, that's not any better than the Meta Quest. It just has a slightly more expensive camera. And I do mean slightly more expensive. Obviously, that's the Pro one. Maybe they'll come out with a cheaper one, but not anytime soon. The fact that the eyes were a screen is what really got me. Just like, that's not at all what that's supposed to do. It's Like it dims the screen so you can see the person's face when you're talking to them. That's not a face, that's a monitor with some eyes on it. That's kind of creepy. Yep, that's exactly it. As long as you're aware of it, it's fine. Some people just refuse to be aware of it. And it's going to be a huge boon for Apple. Don't get me wrong. They're going to make a ton of money off of that thing. I'm sure the combat training archery, Makurukas Shrine, there are people just lined up to buy that product for whatever they'll sell it for. Just because it's got an Apple logo on it. This shrine purifies the ancient evil. You who have entered here, heed my instructions. Steady your aim and fire at the enemy's head. I can do that. Your other attacks are ineffective here. Ready yourself. $12,000. Well done. Do not fear the approaching enemies. Fire true and strike their heads. Okay? Hey. Ooh, they're very specific. Not difficult, just specific. You have proven your mastery, now proceed to the innermost chamber. You can buy some custom PCs for a lot of money. I just don't know why you would spend that much unless you're... I mean, what's your goal? What are you doing to justify that price? Out of pure morbid curiosity. I mean, obviously, if I'm doing something, I don't know, in CGI, and I need a server power to run my graphics, it makes sense to spend that much money. But why would you do it on an Apple product? I'm unsure. Because at some point, you're going to want to upgrade that thing and not just throw it all away. A monitor stand for $1,000. I mean, for that price, it should come with a monitor. Korok's playing tricks on me. You know what, Korok? I don't even know where to turn you in at, so... we're just gonna get our pony point. Who's a good puppy? Who's a good puppy? You're a good puppy, yes. Yes, you are. Who gets scritches? You get scritches. I have a problem.
Oh.
1 pony point. 1 pony point reward.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't need anything. I'm just here for the pony point. Yeah, everybody keeps trying to send me back to Lookout Landing.
Oh.
There's definitely nothing wrong with their hardware. They make good stuff. It's just limited. Can register an additional horse. Save him just 3 more points. You'll get a traveler's saddle and a bridle. We appreciate your patronage. Okay. I'm missing 1 tower. Yep, too expensive and controlled. I don't know, all phones are expensive now if you're going the phone route. Computers, if you're gonna spend that much money. Like I said, their stuff is good for the time that you buy it. It doesn't last unless you're on one of those phone plans that you get a new phone every 6 months or something. Then I could see doing that. Alright, is this a battle circle? Looks like a battle circle. No, that's the sphere. The battle circle is the other direction. I don't think we can fly that far. Certainly not with the start we had. Wonder if I'll have to get more. More stamina at some point. Yep. Yep. And they make a bunch of money doing it. The fact that they make money is an undeniable fact. What is glowing over here? I lost track of what it was. Yeah, we can't make that. That's the city, right? That's gotta be the city. Ooh, it's too cold. Oh, I do need that. Oh, the cold rod doesn't make us colder? Interesting. Yeah, my phone doesn't need to do that much. It needs to play some very simple games, and it needs to make phone calls. Will they just let me in Gerudo Town? I feel like they're gonna get very mad when I just hop into town here. Ow. No? Everybody's fine with it? They remember who I am? Is there nobody here? Is that a Ploka?
Oh.
Nothing to report. Hmm?
Huh?
Whoa. Avo, did you come here to escape the sand shroud? Well, you've reached the entrance to the Gerudo shelter, but I cannot allow any Vo to pass through the door. It means man.
Oh.
Oh, you've never heard that word, Vo? It means man in Gerudo. There's a custom, really more of a law, that we Gerudo follow. Young Gerudo are generally not allowed to interact with Vo. What's wrong? What's going on?
Oh.
A Vo wandered in here.
Oh.
What? Did you say Vo?
Ah.
There's nothing to worry about. The Vo is very short and can't even reach the peepholes to the door. He's out of sight, and even on his tiptoes, he won't be able to see in.
Nah.
Normally, Vo aren't allowed to even set foot within the walls of Gerudo Town, but this is a unique situation.
Oh.
So as long as you keep out of the shelter, I'll overlook your presence in the town. If you're looking for some place to get out of the sand shroud, you can rest in one of the houses on the surface. Okay. I guess we'll just go do the shrine while we're here. I was hoping there'd be a little store. Alright. Soryotanag Shrine. What do we need more of? Do we need more stamina? Probably more stamina. We have quite a few hearts. I have yet to find one of the fairy ponds. Buried light. Want to get a microphone? Blow all the sand away. Oh, you don't have a microphone at all? I could see how that would be problematic. A small key. Okay. I mean, they're not hard to kill. Just using a wooden stick. I didn't bring a fan. Is there a fan in here? There should be. Give me that. Wait, you're not a fan. What are you? A mirror? Kind of looks like a mirror. All right, I'm gonna go grab that fan back. Yeah, for you guys, I use a real microphone. When I am not streaming, I just have a headset mic that is absolutely terrible. It is there purely to get the job done. doesn't do anything for me. Okay, well, we can go up here. Yeah, having a good microphone is nice. Pile of sand. Pile of sand with all... Oh, okay, here's our light beam. I see now. Ooh, that's bright. Alright, let's see if that is good enough. You're losing your voice. Why are you losing your voice? Alright, let's see if we can redirect the light here. Wait. Oh, I'm facing it the wrong direction, that's for sure. Is that getting through? Looks like it's getting through. Nope, that's not getting through. That's definitely hitting a wall. A little more to the right. Alright, now it's getting through. Because my body hates me. Okay. I guess that's the reason things usually go wrong. Wait. Wrong button. Through the stick. Good enough. Whatever gets the door open. $13. Ugh. Yeah, I think we go get a few more. Of the stamina bars. Our health is pretty good. I can live without talking. That's what typing is for. Oh, I'm too hot. Yep, that looks like a pretty stormy desert. Well, I thought there'd be more here. Your voice was pretty annoying anyway. Okay. Little self-deprecating humor. Let's go hop down this hole. See if we can't get those map spots. And I'm just gonna forget to turn in the prayers again. And then we may have to go hunt a fairy shrine. Or try and get another fire dragon claw. Who knows? We can do whatever we want. Hi, kitten. I can't see the floor. Oh! Bad landing. Oh, jeez. I am not ready to fight an obsidian rocks. I mean, I might be ready. But we're not going to test it yet. I don't know enough about what they do or how they attack. Alright, that clearly did not give us enough light. Are we still in combat with this thing? Alright, we need to go east. We need to go back in the direction of the rocks. Ooh, what do we got? Oh, a boomerang. Did you disappear? I don't even want this. Take it back. I mean, I guess it's an 8. I feel like it's just gonna end up killing me, though. Oh, jeez. I wasn't looking at the floor. Oh, now it's too high. Alright, I'll see you around Sophia. Thanks for the lurk. As always. I appreciate you. Alright, where are we going? That general direction. That's a lot of red. Oh, that was blinding. Oh, I attached to a wall. I know. Let's put the light armor back on so we can see. At least a tiny bit. I don't see the top. Got a bad feeling about this climb. Oh, is that it? We're almost there? Oh, just short. Ow. Oof. Uh-oh. Nope, going west. I hit like a branch or something and didn't know what it was. No idea what pose are for. What's going on over here? Bunch of little firefly things? Those weren't fairies, right? No. No. A corrupted Lionel? I don't think we mess with the corrupted Lionel. Ooh, what's over there? A way up? Horror games only. But then she would feel left out. So rude. Alright, what is this on the surface? Nothing special? Okay. You must not be able to get into the tech lab from the outside? Eat firefly. Oops. Just chop down a tree. Aim for the head. Moblin horn. We'll see how far we can float, and then we'll just swim there. Shouldn't be an issue if there's no current, right? Just equip our swimming armor. Oof, ow. Just hit my elbow on my desk. Sorry if that was loud. Poke the cat up. One of these days you'll get your chance to play Outlast Trials. I mean, technically Dredge was a horror game. Sophia watched that one. You have got to be kidding me. Boy, we're terrible at swimming. It's the gore. Okay. So you definitely don't want to watch a Saw marathon. Are we still not going to make this swim? Do I need to go from just a little bit higher up? No, we're fine, right? Tiny kitten groans. That definitely showed up on the microphone. Alright, long swim. But we're swimming up. Uh-oh. Oh, this is not what I was expecting. Link? Thought you could sneak past us, did you? Come out front, let's settle this. Yeah. You guys go there and I'll be right out. I'm so dead. I has win. Eightfold long blade. A long blade that no longer cuts as well as it once did due to its decayed edge. However, when wielded by a proficient fighter, it cleaves the wind and creates a vacuum. That sounds more useful than my sturdy wooden stick. Money, money, money. Mighty bananas. Money. What the other guy dropped? Red ruby. An eightfold blade yields more powerful sneak strikes. I don't want this magic staff. Hi.
Oh?
Look, I'm sorry, okay. I'll make your little uniforms without any more complaints, I swear. Hold up. Hey, superstar. You're not with the Yiga clan, are you? Please tell me you're here to rescue me. Yeah, sure, why not? That's fantastic. I've been cooped up in here forever. The name's Kanba. I've got a knack for style and the nimble digits I need to spin my ideas into reality. Alas, that pure talent is why the Yiga clan kidnapped me and forced me to make their outfits for them. If I ever saw one of those tacky rags again, it'll be too soon. In fact, you should take the Yiga armor I just finished. Burn it, toss it, do whatever you want. Just get it away from me. Yiga armor, stealth up. The look may lack, but my tailoring is sublime. If you wore the whole set, you'd fit right in with the Yiga clan. On that note, I gotta hurry out of here before they get back. Don't worry, I'm more athletic than I look. They only caught me last time because I messed up. It won't happen again. See you around. Thanks for the save. Ooh, I saw that, yeah. One of the discords that I am in has a bot that automatically pulls up free games on a lot of sites. What the heck? Just... I'd like to go up one floor, please. Is that it? Okay. Yep, we needed to come here from the outside, and we did. Good work, team. Self-Faye should stream it. I'd watch that. Alright, from here we need to go way south. I went wrong direction big time. The other thing I need to do is mark the locations where these shrines are, so that I can find the ones on the surface and underground, because they're supposed to match up. And there's a bunch that I just don't have. Also, was the Master Sword really powerful? I haven't used it on anything that is a comparable enemy, but it just tore through the Yiga clan. And I remember them being quite troublesome. What is this? Oh, it's one of the little creation chamber areas. That's a fire keys. Get out of there. Get out of there. Link, what are you doing? Oh, it glows. Oh, that's so cool. I wonder if it's like Sting and it's glowing because the gloom is near. Or if it's like the other Sting. Run, Link, run. Alright, are we gonna be able to climb this? I mean, it looks like there's a good stop-off point right here. Where are we going? Right here. We're getting there. Let's equip our light armor again. Kind of wish I had a suit of this. Which I imagine you get from finding these underground map locations. That's where we found the first one. Why is this? Higher than I can just do that with. Perhaps higher than I can climb at all. Perhaps we go around. We just try not to get spotted. Huh. I wonder if this is on top of a plateau or something similar. Doesn't look like I can climb this. Looks much too high. And I am still heading south? That would have been too easy. Oh no, can I throw the Master Sword? That seems like a terrible thing to hit the wrong button on. There we go. Yep, that's about right. Yeah, this is impassable, right? Oh no. It's this. I may as well leave the surface map up. I'm gonna run over and hit this one. It's a little out of the way, but it seems important. Get as much light over here as we can. Alright, how did that actually do for our... Oh, the perfect circle of darkness. No, that's definitely the wrong way. That's only kind of the wrong way. We need to be heading northeast. This is gonna be a run. We gotta do the whole circle because the water creates walls. Impassable walls. We'll have to see if we can find some high trees. Yep, we're too low here. See if we can climb up a level. Ooh, not like that, we can't. Gonna have to do it the slow way, I think. Ah, yes. Thanks, Yannick. Remember to drink water. I've been streaming for about 2 hours. I haven't had a single drink of water yet. And that's the kind of thing that comes back to haunt you the next day. I'm going to take a quick drink. Take a drink yourselves. We'll count tea for drinking tea. I do forget. I'm really bad about it. And I normally drink a lot of water. I am the last person you want to have in a desert or during the zombie apocalypse. Alright, that didn't get us as far as I would have liked. What am I looking at? Nothing? Just a rock? Doesn't seem right. Also, we need to be heading this direction? Oh, that glide didn't activate. Alright, Link, I'm gonna need you to climb a little better than that, bud. Yeah, if I'm not streaming, I drink a ton of water, and I also snack. I have a snacking problem. Alright, we're getting really high up there. It looks like we're going the right direction. Bring this map up. We need to be moving off in this direction. Alright, now we need to start turning north. Can't see anything. Just right into a wall. Oh, that's a big guy. Let's see what we can do to just kind of go around him. Ooh. Oops. Let's go around these guys too. Wrist mine. Interesting. I'm having fun with this one. I've said this before. I like the puzzle concept of a lot of it. And it's not just constant open world fighting. Nice shot, Toolin. Oh, you guys are earning your pay today. I actually generally like some Nintendo games. I think I'm saying that incorrectly. There are some Nintendo games that I really like. They're not always from Nintendo, though. Most of the stuff that I own on this is not Nintendo branded. Ow. Okay, that's not working. Let's get out of here. This weapon's too weak. I'm not that worried about getting all of the Zonite. We'll find more elsewhere where I'm not getting killed. Hey, can I get that water shield? I feel like we might take some hits through here. Running on empty. The solution was higher. Ow. Yeah, that's one of the reasons Nintendo is not happy about Dolphin. I don't know if you've read up on that at all. People being able to use an emulator. Just the entire concept of an emulator makes Nintendo angry. I've been waiting for them to just start doing copyright strikes against anybody playing a Nintendo game. It's like, no Nintendo games. Dodge and weave. Got better things to do than fighting things underground. I don't actually have better things to do. Wow, I can't imagine actually having tried to fight my way through this. Nintendo has a lot of nostalgia. Well, again, I'm saying this, but it's not the games that Nintendo tends to release. It's mostly the hardware. What am I looking at? A Grand Po. Neat. Kimmy Meg. They are really good with the innovation. Gotta give them credit for that. Whoa. Watch it, Toolin. Okay, so the Master Sword is really strong. Which makes sense. Wow. Getting the teamwork going. Is this the treasure chest we're looking for? Tunic of Twilight. Legend has it this armor was once worn by a hero who battled monsters of Twilight. There still seems to be some hair clinging to it. Looks like it may be from a wolf? Alright, I found the fursuit. Ooh, I thought you were one of my guys. Alright, let's see how this Cobble Crusher does against rocks. Are you gonna... Zonite out of this? Wow, that broke easily. Alright, what other weapon don't I care about? I don't really care about these blades. What is going on? My controller is not responding correctly. Not getting a lot of Zonite out of this. I was expecting one from each break. The Witcher was different. I almost didn't even play 3 because I didn't really like 1 or 2. Which I don't think is a thing you're supposed to say. Usually that has to be followed up by I didn't get it, or I must not have gotten it. I like the idea. The idea of The Witcher is fantastic. You kind of figure out what a monster is, then you do a little research on it, and then you know how to fight it. There are a lot of positives there, but I had the same issue where it didn't strike the chord I was looking for. Yeah, I kept playing 1 and 2, trying to figure out what I was missing. It's like I said, there's good stuff there. back to just not being able to see again. Oh. We got a little bit of height. Wait, what's going on here? We found one of the build your stuff areas. We can climb this, I think. I think we can get to the top. Of course, sometimes I go into a game with high expectations because somebody has built up the expectations. And that it ends up not being what I wanted it to be. So that doesn't help. It's not the game's fault. Can I walk here? There we go. I think that got just enough stamina back. And then there are games I go into with absolutely no expectations. And I really, really like them. I need to go a little bit more this direction. But I probably need to go up. Oh, I can't get that high up. Maybe I'm climbing a wall for no reason. Okay, I wasn't expecting to hit a tree. What am I climbing? Oh, it is just a tree. I didn't want you to grab onto the tree again. Oh, it's so hard not to get excited for certain things, though. When you come off of... Oh, no. Oh, no. We're gonna get run over. Where do I need to go? What is up with this map? Oh, it's an island. Oh, no. How do I get there? Well, that's problematic. There's nowhere for me to stand on this tree. If this is an island, then I don't know how I'm supposed to get across here. Unless it uses these bridges? Is that an actual bridge? That's where the bridges are. All right, so where does this bridge connect? Way back up here. I say way, it's not all that far. Just gonna have to run a bit. And hopefully not get spotted by Yiga. We got done spotted by Yiga. Alright, so we should be able to cross. Over here somewhere. Right? Can't see anything underground. This is a pretty all-encompassing wall. And there's no real nearby shrine that's gonna shred light over here. Shed light. Unless there's one on the island, that's not gonna help us either. Because we have to be able to get there first. Hi, kitten. Oh, yep. You're standing on the keyboard. Yeah. Yeah, you're typing in chat. Yeah. All right. I might have to give up on this one. Or I need to build a vehicle that goes up a lot. I may have used too much energy there. That works too. Different window on the phone. All right, that's fine. I'll just keep talking. Maybe we can get there from here. Yeah. I'm not aware of too much coming out anytime soon that I'm super pumped about. Yeah, I think we're gonna bite the bullet and just leave here. Because I'm not seeing a good way to get over there. Yeah. Planet of Luna. What was that one? Well, now I'm just going the wrong way. I'm not even aware of that one. Alright, well, let's go do something else. Let's do some Sky Islands. There were a couple of places we didn't do Sky Islands yet. Like here. Planet of Luna. It's a lot of positive reviews. Planet of Lana. Is that a platformer? A platform puzzler? I'm freezing to death because I'm not paying attention. Dendron, you're dying. What? Yeah, that one would not have popped up on any of my radars. Okay, we got some stuff here to make these things go. Where are they going? Just over here? Into whatever this puzzle cube is? Oh, it's got a little control stick. Is there a fan over here or something that I saw? Because this isn't enough to just make it go, right? I actually need something. I can't just be like, activate. No, it just tilts. I'm using tilt controls. Here's a fan. Time to stream Diablo 4. I have absolutely no games I want to play at all. Diablo 4. Alright, is that enough to make this thing do something? Yes. And it can just kind of go forever because it'll turn off and float here. can't really make it go up, though. It's kind of tilted up. That guy's gonna hit me. Wait, am I dying again? I am freezing. Oh, I took my fire weapon off. Of course I'm freezing. Alright, go up. There we go. He got me. Yeah, I'm not going to be playing Diablo 4. That's not anywhere on any of my radars. They would have to pay me money to stream Diablo 4. It would have to be enough money to ostracize my fan base. Yeah, Little Nightmares was a cute little puzzler. Yeah, it just reminds me of all the people playing was it Raid Shadow Legends. Like, oh. What gave you the idea to play this game? Hundreds of dollars. That makes sense. Is he shooting rocket arrows? It is such a meme. I mean, that's all it is. There's nothing there. There's nothing there but a meme. And every so often you'll still see somebody play it. Can we get this close enough? Need to get it a little bit closer. We're not exactly getting closer here. We don't need to get closer, this is fine. Tenenau Shrine. Rusty shields, rusty claymore, rusty broadswords. What's going on over here? lead. Okay. Oh, where do we want to go? We want to go up there? Will this get us all the way up there? Let's see if this shoots far enough. It sure does. Well, I kind of expected this to be a battle arena and not just... one of those. Is there no battle arena in this area? It doesn't look like it unless it's hidden somewhere. If we were going to go after that cube thing, we would need to get... Hi, kitten. No, we're not going to play right now. I don't know what the deal with the giant cube is. It's not moving away from me, is it? It looks like a maze, and I don't think I'm ready to deal with a maze today. And there should be a shrine in this area, but we didn't find the shrine. There is a small island in that direction. There's something beneath us? And there's something beneath us. Nothing. Sorry, nothing. She does want to play. It's not playtime, though. We played earlier until she wore herself out. And if we get done early enough, we'll play a little bit before bedtime. But she does not get to choose playtime, otherwise she would choose all the time. We couldn't get to the arena in Gerudo Sky. There's some sort of crazy thing going on in the sky there. What about this one? Can we reach this one? Yeah, she's only 9 months. She's still pretty little. Well, not little. She's basically a full-ass cat. But she's still kitten. Five minutes a day, least convenient time. Yep. Those are cat hours. Right about the time you wanted to try and get some sleep. That is play o'clock. And then again first thing in the morning. I never went and got more stamina circles. We'll do that next. Before I forget to turn in the shrines again. Because brain damage or something, I don't know. We'll see how this thing does against the Master Sword. Oh, easy two. Okay. You win this round, Flux Beast. Let's see if it saved when I landed. Battle tip. Instead of throwing yourself at enemies over and over to no avail, hey now. It was one time. Okay. Now it's over and over. I don't have good armor. I'm gonna have to find one of the armor fairies. Grab the leg. Grab the leg. There we go. Alright, this one we have to pay some attention to. Otherwise we get hit. And then we ride the chandelier up. Oh, the Master Sword is out of energy. Oh, what do we want to burn next? The spear? Spear isn't going to do a lot of damage overall. Good shot. This one's going to break too. Yep. Alright. What's next? I hate to use this. This is a really good weapon and it feels like a waste to start using it. But we're also not going to do a lot of damage with a weapon this week. Here comes the one-arm attack. That's the one that always seems to hit us. Really watch out for that one. There we go. That went just fine. Equip it to this boomerang. I'm not really going to use the boomerang. And Traveler's Sword's a really good one too. Where did we get this mighty Zonite longsword? Where did we even get that? Let's equip it to the boomerang. I won't feel bad about using up the boomerang. Meat mate. Just after you settled on the sofa. That too. That's a pretty big playtime. Alright, what kind of pin can I put here that would signify a sword? Because the fluxes are just really good for attaching to weapons. Hi, kitten, I hear you. I do too, I hear you. She's usually pretty good about keeping herself busy. She'll go play, come back, destroy all of her toys, lose the ping pong balls. Hi, kitten. Oh, this one's way up there. Can we reach that? Right? It's not that one. It's this one. There's no way we can get that far, right? Especially if I can't find it. There it is. No, we can't reach that. We might have been able to if I had gotten more stamina. So let's do that before we forget yet again. Gerudo Canyon. That's the other thing we could do. We could start heading towards whatever the next temple is. Whoa! Beware the lightning. There it is. Stamina, please. Yes, I'm sure. Stamina seems to be what we need most. I don't know how much a single heart will make a difference, but a big portion of stamina bar. Is it 5 for a full Nether circle? Hi, kitten. Did you bring me something? No, you didn't even bring me anything? Now we might be able to make that. I wonder if we should also go look for the fire dragon again. That seemed pretty important. That seemed like a major quest for how easily I gave up last time. Hi, kitten. Are you going to purr into the microphone? You're going to rub your face on papers? Okay. Circle Island. Yes, you have very loud purrs. Yep, that's a controller hand. Is it dripping down and creating some sort of, I don't know, termite home? Is that what a termite nest looks like? No, we're still not even close to this, are we? Is this a 3-bar? Murdered us. Yep, I can't. I was hoping Link would grab onto the side. It's only in Chinese. It must look like a really good game if you're considering trying to play a game that you can't understand the language of. Alright, let's go see if we can find the fire dragon again. What kind of strategy game does it look like? Last time we went this way. Something about sending rockets to space, I think. Okay. Yeah, certainly somebody's got a translation out there, right? Or at least a partial translation. Man. Are we just never going to be able to find that dragon again? I'm afraid we may have used our one really good opportunity. It's not a challenge. If you can understand the game, then it's just a strategy game. If you can't understand the game, that's a completely different story. Is this a hot spring? This looks like a healing hot spring. Ah. Ow. It is a healing hot spring. That's right. Doing it in the wrong language is a self-imposed challenge. Otherwise, it's just a video game. I mean, some things will still translate, right? You'll know what the numbers are, you just won't know what they do. Why am I bothering to heal? We're gonna get healed when we finish the shrine anyway. Is it half a car? Somebody left half a car there. Siba Jitak Shrine. Oh, the water looks like geckos. Neat. Or lizards. I guess they're not necessarily geckos. Alignment. What do I copy and paste in to make this work? Oh, you have got to be kidding me. So I do this. And then I wait for the next one? No, I'm gonna be too high up. Are they spinning in the same speed? Can I control them in some way? It all appears to be spinning at the same speed. Okay. I understand. Oh, you. That's where the... Alright, fine. We'll do this in 2 parts, because I'm pretty sure that's the treasure chest. Greenie was here the other day. Pretty sure he's a lot further than I am. Strong Zonite Longsword. That is strong. That is a 10. Would have felt really dumb if I'd fallen there. Wouldn't be the first time either. Yeah, da 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 da. But we need 2 more to get the next boost. This is definitely the hot spring, though, unless there's a hot spring on the other side, too. Or maybe I was just at the tail. I need to be by the head for it to tell me that I'm at the hot spring. Because there was a quest to get all the hot springs in the same place, like somehow make them meet. Yeah, it's not giving me the... This is a hot spring heads up. Ooh.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines.
Ah, the blood moon. Didn't go? Didn't go. Let's try that again. Want to see how high this will get us? This high. This is where it fell from. Okay. A Zonite Longsword, an 8. I was hoping it would bring us closer to Death Mountain height. But apparently this is as high as it goes. Okay. And if the world reset, let's check and see if we can do the Flux Monster again. Because I'd like to attach one to the Claymore that we have. Also haven't tried going into the whirlpool yet. This is something I kind of wanted to do. Is that... a waterfall that we have been up? It sure looks like it. It's the water temple. It definitely is. Here comes a monster. Just gotta get a little dive in there. No, it's not back. Oh. It didn't come back with the blood moon. Interesting. Alright, we traded blows. Let's see. What is the best way for us to get in here? From here? I guess it depends on where exactly this tower is. That's pretty far east. This might be the best bet. Gotta see where the Temple of Time was. That might have been a little closer. Nah, probably not. Probably too far west. It's far west, but it's way higher. Don't think I can reach that waterfall. Alright, that's the tower we're aiming for. We're gonna lose track of it. We have a pretty good idea where it is. And then we'll make some plans for next time. Yeah, having the extra stamina is giving us a big advantage on travel. We almost got hit by a falling star. Looks like if we can get this mountaintop over here, we're good. We should be able to float right on over. Not bad. Not bad at all. Water was a strange color. Caught me off guard. Alright. I know what we need to do. We need to find a fairy temple. Or a fairy pond. A fairy majig. Okay. I mean, oh. This wouldn't be tricky if it weren't raining. So maybe that's part of the trick, is that it's always raining. Maybe this has cover and counts. Let's not start ourselves on fire. Alright. Yeah, there was cover, it counted. Oh, this won't, though. I have to create our own cover? Don't rewind. Ow! Oops. Maybe we just put a little lean-to up here. That should work, right? That counts? That totally counts? Just start everything on fire, because that's how this works. Alright, I think we got just enough. And we can walk through here. Perfect. It doesn't have to be pretty. just has to be a little spot that we can walk through. And it was. We takes what we can get. Can't see, too foggy. Surface map actually complete. There's one way off there to the southeast. Okay, there's a little pool there. You gotta go pretty far south to hit the battle arena. And we might be able to float to it. Might be worth checking out. Springs. Oh, is that the battle arena there? Well, we made it to here. Grab all the Zonai charges. Turn them into the ball exchange. I just used one. Alright, anything new? A small wheel? That's the first time I found a small wheel. Wow. Scree. Oh, we're not connected. I mean, we can get there from here. Spring. Interesting. Where does it think I'm gonna spring to? If that's the arena, is that a different battle arena? Looks the same. Look at all the springs. That doesn't bode well. Oh, it's got the shrine on its shoulder. Ooh, Flux Construct 3. Let's see how many times this thing kills us. Almost didn't get away that time. lights on the bottom. Oh, what? Okay. I don't accept. Because that piece was missing, it considered that to be a hit. Wait, are you attacking me already? Are you gonna glitch because I'm not in the arena? Okay, that one was my fault. I accept that one. Be right back. I'm gonna grab my pills. Alright, guy, you gotta not trigger until I'm in the arena. Whoa, whoa! Yep. I knew I was gonna get stomped that time. Couldn't get away fast enough. Got a couple of hits in, though. So we can hit it before it falls apart, which would be nice. I'm not going to get my hopes up on the one where it looks like a person, though, when it's got two legs. Oh, it's rotating it. It's moving the targetable piece. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I was trying to target and I accidentally hit the L trigger and then I couldn't attack fast enough. When it does the cube, we might need to just try and get damage in. Can't pull the targetable piece. Oh! He switched attacks faster than I was ready for. we know what to do on this one. It's just hard to not get hit there. Halfway. Oh, wait, what? Oh, tricky. It moves the piece around. Sucks. Ooh, get away from it. Far away. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. You're doing too well to make stupid mistakes. Tulin, did you get a shot in there? Poof. Flux 3. Alright, let's mark that one with the sword and take this one away. And we are gonna attach this. I assume I can't attach things to the Master Sword. No, right? Okay. So does it break when the Master Sword runs out of energy? How am I supposed to aim this thing? Alright. We're gonna do a test run first. I'm gonna set this up here. And I'm gonna... I need to attack and then grab it real quick. Nope, that doesn't work. Put it at an angle? How do I control how far it shoots it, though? I don't know if 2 is going to be too much if I put it in an angle. No, I didn't want you to attach. It clearly didn't make it. It popped back over here. I mean, this doesn't work because I can't get it to sit still up there. Yeah, I need something else. Trying to shoot it there is not gonna be the plan. Here's a platform. Here's a platform that makes sense. And a spike. Okay, okay. So what we do is take this thing and we put it in the ground like that. We take this, put it on here, and then we hit it. And then we go, that didn't go nearly far enough. So then what we do is we take this piece, take it off, grab one of these and put it on here. Oh wait, this isn't gonna work now, because this is gonna stick to... It's gonna stick to the whole thing, right? I guess if we put it up there, it doesn't, but then it might be too far away for this thing to properly catch. Yeah, it's kind of wedged in there. No, but we're getting closer. Maybe we aim it over here instead. Trial and error. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Oh, so close. Oh. Overshot it? It's not an exact science. Well, that one was way short. I wonder if it was sitting differently. Yeah, because that one went way over. Hey, at least it's not a Korok, or yeah, it's not one of the Koroks that are trying to get to its friend. That would be evil science. Things in there all wrong. This is probably going to be really short, right? No. Yeah. Yeah, that one was short because of the way it was facing. Yeah, don't fall like that. Sit up like that. Bingo. Ow. Fine. We're gonna walk it the rest of the way. There we go. Kumamayan? Kumamain. The Necluda Sky Crystal. And this should be a freebie, right? That counts as the puzzle right there. The Legend of Link Tears of Carrying a Giant Crystal. Yep. There's still the one that we got in Terrytown that we haven't done. And now that we have a driving stick, I think we should be able to do it. A very powerful Zonite bow. Yes, please. I need to get one more, then we can get another. Another stamina. All right. Where is the other island I wanted to go to? Gust of wind can easily disperse the loose sand piles. Yes, it can. South. Oh, we should easily be able to get that one. Don't see any shrines. Thought maybe we'd see a little circle from up here. But alas. Alright, what level is this one gonna be? What is on his back? Oh, it's another 3. Jeez. See if this does more damage. Oh, wow. Took out Tulin, almost went off the edge. Ooh, treasure chest. Oh, did it break? It broke off the Master Sword already. It does incredible damage. It does not last. I'm better off putting it on something else. What did we get? I have a 14 Claymore. And I have a 10 Longsword. Longsword. I don't have a spear. Which is too bad. Alright, let's put it on this. This is gonna be a Sage's Will. Sage's Will. Oh no, 3. We need one more. What is way over there? I can't even see it from here. There. Alright, there's got to be some trick to getting that one. There's another one of those maze cubes. Alright, we got a few good weapons. So that feels a lot better. Alright, where is Kakariko? It's the actual town. It's Lantern Lake. I need to figure out where a fairy pond is at. They're not ponds, though, are they? And I'm not really sure what to look for. Hmm. There should be a shrine here. Right? Pretty much like small ponds. That's what I'm wondering, if I need to just start looking at small ponds because I know they exist. So there should be a shrine there according to my underground map. And also one there. How do I just miss those, though? Unless it, again, is a verticality issue. I'm going to take a quick look. Then I need to go to bed. Because we've been playing for a long time. Bad thing is I'm not tired. And I should be. Eonic, how are you doing? Are you tired yet? Oh, we're cold. We're very, very cold. That's north. Don't go north. Nope. Keep the cold armor on. All night long. All night. All night long. All night. Maybe on Friday. Maybe on... No, I can't do Thursday. I have to go to work on Friday. But maybe Friday. Hi, little Korok. Feel like I can go for one more day. As long as you've got the time to pass out, I feel like you'll probably be okay. The problem is when you have something you need to accomplish during that day. Yeah, it's been suggested that if I'm gonna do some sort of stream thing, it should be a 24-hour streamathon. My issue is usually some sort of obligations that I don't want to be tired and grumpy for the next day. Those craters? Neato. And one of those craters appears to be where we expected to have a shrine. Oh no. It's a delivery shrine. He's a crater cave. There it is. Guarded by likes. Are those frozen likes? And whoa! And some unexpected undead? Wait, Master Sword does still have this thing equipped. I thought when we looked earlier it did not. Alright, likes, what do you got? You got nothing, I'm just gonna steal this. They're just shooting ice breath. Alright, I can't just get it out that way. But I can definitely attach a rocket to it. This is a terrible idea. Who let me have rockets? Stand straight up. You're not gonna stand straight up. I need some sort of platform. Or just something stable. Blow shit up. Let's see. What if... Hear me out. Nothing good ever starts with hear me out. We attach a rocket to each side. It gives us one less chance. We need to aim it a little bit better. That actually looks pretty good. Go, my pretty. What if? Look at that. Plan A. All due respect. No offense, but... Yeah. Yeah. So those underground light crystals are very easy to see. That might be a simple way for us to find all the above ground shrines. Because I wouldn't have thought they'll look in the crater to find this. A big battery. An excellent Metallica song. Is Metallica still famous enough for me to quote Metallica songs? The thing about Metallica is they have some very good songs, but they also have a lot of really bad songs. Like if you just listen to their entire collection, there are so many songs that just aren't good. Is this going anywhere? I expected this to fall apart and then I'd suddenly be at the bottom. I broke the Master Sword and it had the Flux 3. That's true. It's strange though, and I know this is a purely me thing. A lot of their music that I don't like sounds very much the same. The one-hit wonder is real. So many bands fall under the one-hit wonder. But that's, honestly, from a band point of view, that's not a bad thing. If I created a bunch of music and somebody was like, oh, you're a one-hit wonder, you have one super good song, I'd be like, I have one super good song? I'm so happy to hear you say that. So there must be a cave system here? Right? Because there has to be one here somewhere. Oh, is that a giant hole in the ground? Because that looks like a giant hole in the ground. Thanks for coming, Selphea. I don't know if I'll still be here when you're done. I appreciate you. Some balloons? Is that just to get me out of the hole? Because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a much bigger hole than that. Oh, it's Guy. Maybe he's got some information for me. Hey, Guy. Ugh, oh hey, did you come down here to rescue me? Yes. Why, thank you. I was heading to Rito Village, which is suffering through a fierce blizzard, to cheer them up with music and supplies. I got my wagon going at a pretty good clip on this road. Then I suddenly drove into this hole. It's never been here before. The horse I was riding on ran off somewhere, and my cargo is spoiled. The only thing I have left is the wagon. Haven't figured out how to get the wagon... how to get both me and my wagon out of this hole. I won't leave it behind, which leaves me stuck here, plain and simple. I'm relieved that someone came to rescue me, but I hope you have a plan to free me from this hole. I don't, because I don't know what to do with you. I don't know how to put you in the wagon. Like, do I put a platform under you? No. Because the wagon, I can just do that. Oh, it's rolling away. This'll work. I'm not even gonna think twice about it. Hit it twice and it turned off. Go, wagon, go. You're free. Go be go be free. Alright. It just needs a little more ups. Just attach this right there. And I'll move it here. Go, wagon, be free. Oh, oh no. Oh, oh, that was definitely a critical failure. What happened? It's on fire. You weren't actually attached to that wagon, right? You were just saying that? This isn't a big deal? Whew, that was a close one. Good thing we got the fire out. Be careful handling flames around my wagon. It's irreplaceable. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Irreplaceable wagon. Yeah, you're doomed. It's just not helping you anymore. I can't be bothered. Really? There's one there? Oops, wrong button. Got that one. I'm having a hard time believing there's that many of them. But we're damn well gonna find out. You started a poor trader's wagon on fire one time. They say every cave is home to a bubble frog. Yeah, but I don't know where to turn in the bubble gems. I am missing several very important aspects of what this game wants me to do. Including but not limited to bubble gems. Ugh, this is water. Yeah, way to fall. Just climb this rock, it'll be easier. Oh, this isn't water. Oh, this is a death bog. I rolled a critical one on my spot check. Man, I haven't played D&D for a while either. My gaming group has very short periods of time to do most things anymore, so we have a tendency to play more board games rather than campaigns of D&D. I should have taken a look around to see if I could find that fire dragon again. Alright, you're telling me there's one right here. Game. I'm not so sure I believe you so much anymore. Again, unless there's a cave nearby. But that seemed to be the connection. The light roots were always connected to some sort of underground cave. Oh. You're not a bloopy. Well, I was really hoping to find one more. And these definitely aren't here, right? In the Korok Forest? Sometimes the only way to tell if it's a death bog is to try and walk through it. Same thing with quicksand. You just gotta think to yourself, is this quicksand? And then you step in it and you die and you go, yep, that was quicksand, my bad. Koroks, are you good? You still don't seem good. I'm not even sure I can get to the spot where these supposed shrines are. Although one of them might be at the top of the tree. Which makes perfect sense now that I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna get sucked back into the forest here in a second. Yeah, there's no way there's one here. Ooh. Unless... Unless we can defeat a Shadow Ganon? Alright, Masterful Sword's power has returned. Yeah, if it breaks, it loses the flux. So we gotta be real careful about that. Alright, Deku Tree, where's the entrance? Way to hit the wall. That's gonna cost me. Don't you grab me. Tooling, can you move a little? I intend to throw a bunch of bombs down here. Oh, still alive. Oh, still alive. Nope, one more. Dare spawn more. Oh, he spawned a bunch more. Okay, he's really strong. And he has a ranged attack. I'm going to give this one more try, and then we're not going to do it again. Where is my bombs? Nope. Bombs over here. There we go. I just hate fighting these things. Oh, you got them all at once. Holy cow. Where? Oh, he went for a top slice instead of a side slice. Oh, no. We're getting this close. Last one, and then I actually need to go to bed. Just one more level. I wonder if I could use Water Guy's armor to help with this. Oh, didn't get the dodge. All right. That's the last one. I'm actually going to bed now. Quit is the tile screen. We've got to save. Again, some upgraded armor would really help there. So maybe we need to go find a fairy before we do that again. But I am going to bed. I are tired. Greenie's still on. Let's go raid Greenie. I know there's only 2 of us. Thanks for coming, Yannick. Hopefully you also get some sleep, or you just get through another day and it's fine. I'm going to take tomorrow off. It's going to be my rest day. And then I'll be back Thursday, assuming this is your Tuesday. Play a little bit more Zelda. Unless I happen to come across something else I want to play. I'm going to demo a few things in the meantime, but we're probably coming back to Zelda. I like to beat this fight. So yeah, thanks for coming. Lurkers, I see you out there. Thanks for lurking. I'll catch you all next time. Be good to yourselves. And I'll see you soon. Bye for now.